Good, thank you. Let's wait 1 minute. Oh, in any case, it's almost 10:30. We can start. I'll just give an introduction to what is going to happen today. I'm Aki Pasoulas. I work at the Music and Audio Technology Department here at the University of Kent. And today's program is part of the wider oral diversity research that questions how and what we hear. Oral diversity is about our differences in hearing and how they affect the way that we perceive music and the soundscape, with the emphasis on diversity. All right? Everyone hears differently. There are 3 universities involved in this series of events: Goldsmiths University, Sussex University, and the University of Kent. We are 4 individuals involved in the organization of this series: John Driver from Goldsmiths, Alice Eldridge from Sussex, Helen Frosey, who is an independent researcher and the project manager, and myself. This series has been made possible through the support of the Consortium for the Humanities and the Arts, South East England, and that is funded by the Arts and Humanities Research Council. These sessions question the extent of human perception and our relation in and through a vibratory world. The 2 sessions organized at the University of Kent, one today and another on the 13th of May, are on the topic of space. In order to fully appreciate space and also location and movement through our ears, we need to facilitate space for listening and to explore our reactions to shapes, gestures, sound events, and the overarching richness of multisensory environments that surround us. Our first session, which takes place today, of course, is dedicated to multisensory experiences, and we have invited some very interesting speakers and academics to share their views on the subject. And we start with Milena Drumeva, who is from Simon Fraser University in Canada. Milena could not be with us today, so she recorded her talk on video, so we're going to watch a video, but Milena is going to be with us at the end of the day via Zoom, so you can fire up your questions to her, and we're going to discuss later her own presentation. Then we'll have a 10-minute break, and after that, Jackie Waldock, a colleague from the University of Kent, is going to talk about taste, sound, and color, and we're going to taste some miso soup as well. Then I'm going to present my approach to composition through annotation of multisensory experiences, and we're going to have, after that, we're going to have a lunch break, and I'm going to tell you later when, where you can go for lunch, and we can go all together, of course, and have some interesting discussions there, I hope. Then we'll come back here at 2 o'clock, and Kate McLean, another colleague from the University of Kent, is going to talk about smellscapes and smell maps, and she's going to do a workshop and a smell walk in the dockyard. And then at 5:45 we're going to have the conclusion, where Milena is going to join us for the Q&As via Zoom. I think this is it, and we can start with the first talk with Milena. Thank you for coming anyway, and thank you those from YouTube who join us.
Morning, everybody, and welcome to this session on multisensory experiences and all kinds of research that engages the senses. The program is truly amazing, and I want to take the time to thank the organizers for inviting me, and I'm really sad, though, to not be there and not be able to participate in all the amazing workshops. So I'll see what I can contribute from here. Today I'm going to talk about possible sonic futures, imagining the urban soundscape. I'm going to introduce some of the context from my work and give you some examples of the newest project that I've been working on, which tries to imagine possible sonic futures. My work is a little bit less artistic, I think, than the rest of the talks today, but I am trying to use critical approaches and kind of imaginative, speculative listening as a form of method. So I hope that today I can add a little bit of a perspective on how to do that and what I mean. And I'm really interested in urban sound and the tensions that arise from urban situations. So I want to start with two moments of experiential liminality, where we might see sound as it's just the sound of X, it's just the sound of this, it's just but it's a mere product of whatever is happening, but it's actually untangling it reveals a lot of layers of meaning. And this is all pandemic related because, of course, we're still all very much recovering, reimagining, understanding what the pandemic has meant for public life, for community building, for art, for mental health, and so on. So in the first picture, I don't have sounds here. I want to describe what's happening here. In the first picture, we see there's snow, there's people standing by the road, and there's a big truck with exhaust coming out of the top exhaust pipes. And what that is a picture from a local protest. You might have heard of this on the news. It's odd, the kinds of things that make it to the news, but the protest was by truck drivers who were protesting the vaccination mandate. So, like all over the world, they were framing this in terms of, freedom and freedom of choice and not wanting to be mandated to be vaccinated or to carry a vaccination card. In the way that they sonically took up space, because it was very, very sonic. It wasn't actually just sonic. In Ottawa, in the capital, they camped out on Parliament Hill and idled for days and played really loud music and blew the horns, the truck horns. And I guess they probably already knew that, but the local RCMP, the police, had no means of removing these giant trucks. I mean, how do you tow a giant truck? So they were taking up sensorial space. I mean, the air quality decreased by... It became almost putrid in Ottawa because of all the idling and truck fumes, and the noise levels were incredibly high. It was all an incredible nuisance for the other residents, but it was a way of staking out protest. In my local area, because these are two moments of my own experiential liminality, in my own local area, I live by a port and a road that leads into the highway. So there's a lot of shipping containers coming in, and then a huge 24/7 a day truck traffic coming in, picking up the containers and taking them off the highway. And so, I live in close proximity to that. And that was also, of course, the area that the local truck drivers concentrated their protest. So in a way, the question that I'm asking here is who's listening? What does it mean to stake sonic space in this way? And because suddenly I was hearing truck horns, and that's not unusual. But I had this moment where I thought, that's a little too much. What's going on? And then I remembered, yes, the protests. That's what's going on. So it was this really a moment of switch between my mundanity, which is the realities of living by a truck road, and the realization, oh no, this is a sonic takeover. This is taking up space to protest something, to kind of project sonically into the public sphere. So the other picture is from a restaurant patio from the last two COVID summers, where restaurants had a mandate of oftentimes they were restricted from indoor seating, so they could only seat outdoors. So what ended up happening in terms of, I'm really interested in my work, I look a lot at urban planning and urban governance and the relationship between how the city polices and governs infrastructure and the sonic possibilities that can exist in the city, and what that means for community building. That's basically the essence of my work. So what the city did with COVID is suddenly, as you know, cities are notoriously slow and reluctant to give out any permits, to allow any kind of change. There's a lot of rules, regulations, but suddenly they gave out a whole bunch of permits. So every restaurant was able to claim a little bit of street space and build a quick makeshift wooden patio. And in addition to building patios, a lot of restaurants also put up plexiglass separators in between seating in order to limit the proximity or the airflow between people. So as an added measure for COVID. What that added measure, though, also created, and a few people have commented on this, and probably most of you have noticed and are aware, is they also created really lovely sound dampening. And suddenly, when you're even indoor a restaurant, you didn't have to shout to compete with all the noise, because you had your own kind of sonic cocoon in which you can speak at a more conversational level. And so it kind of caused the general quieting of all the restaurants, to the point where now city officials are telling me, I've been hearing this from a few, and I've seen a few news stories, that the regulations for allowable noise levels in entertainment venues are changing, because people have been enjoying the kind of peace and quiet and the general quieting of their environment. They're not used to the loudness and the noise levels anymore. So concert venues are going to have to go about 20 to 30 decibels down from their allowable maximum. And so would restaurants. And just for reference, in Vancouver, entertainment venues are allowed to make, believe it or not, up to 94 decibels of noise, which is quite a lot. And then a lot of folks have also talked about the accessibility when we talk about aural diversities, and how are any of these measures impeding people who are hard of hearing or have different kinds of hearing or neural sensitivities. And so I would say that in some ways there's been concerns raised about masks not allowing folks to lip read, and a lot of dividers really muffle the sound. And so if you are hard of hearing, it's really hard to actually communicate. But at the same time, the general quieting of noise, and especially these dividers in restaurants that generally decrease the amount of noise that is being made, I think those are really beneficial for folks with any kind of tinnitus issues or misophonia or neural sensitivities that or sensory overload sensitivities. So we're talking a lot of folks with different kinds of neurodivergences potentially being positively affected by this. And I'm really disappointed to see that some restaurants have decided to, now that they don't have to anymore, to take down these separators, plexiglass separators. So that's the question then, is whom do we design soundscapes for? And why can't we, as a city, what is the obstacle to making more holistic decisions about design? So you're probably all familiar with acoustic ecology, but I'm going to do a really quick run through just to contextualize my own work. And to provide a way that I understand acoustic ecology and the way that I interpret it in my work is some of the ways in which this wasn't repairing the urban soundscape was not, well, it was actually one of the main impetuses or motivations for the World Soundscape Project and for the work that Schaefer did and for the book that he wrote. He was really concerned about what he perceived as lack of balance and some sort of loss of human scale of things. So he did hope that we could do more in the future than just turn down the volume. And I quote, "Noises are the sounds we have learned to ignore. Noise pollution today is being resisted by noise abatement. This is a negative approach. We must seek a way to make environment acoustics a positive study program. Which sounds do we want to preserve, encourage, multiply?" I'm going to give out my ending here, and I'm going to say that I have really shifted fully away from how do we design a soundscape to how do we design the conditions, the space, the culture. How do we design those conditions that will result in a livable, community-oriented soundscape? So that's, to me, a really actually significant shift. Because if we think about repairing the urban soundscape, we're thinking about introducing small solutions as opposed to stepping back and thinking more holistically about it. Acoustic ecology can be described as referring to a kind of invisible ecology of cities. And I think that's an idea that's still very much relevant today. And it's an interesting way of thinking. Ecology may have been a kind of flash of a certain time, interest in systems thinking and ecology of the 70s, environmental activist movement. Certainly ecosystems and biology inspired Schaefer to think about, well, what if we think of the sound as the soundscape as an ecosystem, and each sound is like a species and they exist in relation to one another, and some are more powerful and some are less powerful, and sort of by studying the interrelationships, by analyzing them, we can determine something about the health of that, the balance of that ecosystem. And then the other, of course, really important part of acoustic ecology as a movement was a focus on listening, and the listener is an active participant in the ecology of cities. And this is an idea that I think has not been developed as well as it should have, because it kind of relates to this point that I just made, which is how do we repair a soundscape, but how do we create a culture of citizens, really, a kind of civic literacy where sonic literacy is part of civic literacy, understanding the soundscape and having some vocabulary to talk about sounds, and having some understandings of how city sound is composed and what affects it. That is the kind of culture, generally public conversations, public sphere conversations, that we want to invite, and that might result then in having better soundscapes. So acoustic ecology as the study of sonic environments is the idea that a soundscape is an ecology of elements that reflect, and I'm not sure that Schaefer would have put it that way, but I want to define it in that way, that reflect material realities, social order, power structures, relationships, and communities. And it's ultimately concerned with the experience of living in the city, which I want to think, this is also a newish idea for me, I want to think of as a kind of user experience, because user experience design and UX have made such strides in service innovation design. Those fields have made such strides in engaging in co-designing, in doing design ethnographies, and understanding a complex situation and how to affect it, and in working with communities. And I kind of want to like borrow some ideas from there, or like see how would it change thinking about the soundscape from that perspective, from the perspective of, user experience. Because one of the first questions with design, when you're designing user experience, is, whose job is it to create this experience? Who is the user? What are the requirements? What are the opportunities? What are the challenges? What are the design parameters? And then more newer work, more contemporary work in user experience is really at the forefront are these questions of how to make this experience inclusive, accessible, intersectional even. So this picture that I'm showing you is actually a picture of an area in the downtown port of Vancouver. It's an area that is, the area that is most often on postcards from Vancouver. It's that area. And this is part of Stanley Park and part of a kind of seawall. These are the attractions, the outward attractions of Vancouver. Ooh, come to Vancouver. It's very green, and there's these, lovely little. They created a kind of green roof, and all of this I remember in my lifetime. This was created about 10 years ago, actually around the time of the 2010 Olympics. There were a lot of capital infrastructure projects that were created at that time. And it's really, really green and lush, but let's take a little look at this picture is from Vancouver in the beginning of the 20th century. And I often like to show this to my students to highlight the fact that our environment, our urban environment is no accidental byproduct. I mean, it is a product of decisions, but it's a product of very deliberate and sometimes, really shockingly different decisions. The first settlers that took over the space that Vancouver sits on, they clear cut everything. I mean, there's not a green blade of grass anywhere in this picture, and that's the same for any pictures of Vancouver from that period of time. And from this to this is another several decades of city planning, very deliberate city planning decisions, parks design decisions. So let's keep thinking about design. As opposed to, I guess, art as awareness raising and interventions. I find it interesting and stimulating to think about design instead, because it involves different kinds of people and different kinds of imagination. So I'm going to quickly read out this quote because I really like it. It's from actually an article in the conversation called "What Will the Future Cities Sound Like?" And it says, "Privately, we sound design our lives more and more. City streets are like silent discos, with everyone lost in their own headphone-driven mix. But beyond that lies the shared urban environment, a neglected mashup that also needs designing. In a world where we are increasingly given the chance to customize our output, how do you orchestrate a planet where a gingham ringtone collides with the sound of a 1970s camera shutter from a smartphone, in a tube station resonating with Vivaldi to deter loitering? What is the future sound of cities?" So we're already actually quite good at designing on a smaller scale. A concept that, borrowing from Jonathan Stern, I want to call musical architectonics. And I use this exercise with my students as well. Again, not really playing any sound, but showing them these two pictures of two different cafes, two different genres of cafes. And I ask them, what is the soundscape of the one? What is the soundscape of the other? And so I'll ask the audience here to think about this for a moment, and then to think about what in the materials, what in the furnishings, what in the structure and the shape of these rooms give us clues and give us ideas about how the space might sound like. And also what kinds of activities we imagine. I think there's a lot of ideas that we get intuitively without even thinking about it. And I ask my students usually to kind of reverse engineer that thinking, those assumptions that we make. Like, what kinds of people do we imagine here? What kinds of activities? What level of conversation? And then I finally ask them, which place is more expensive? Because there's a class dimension to this, right? Associated with these choices. So, we're very good at designing on smaller scale. There's consultants in interior design who may or may not know or are aware of acoustics, but on some level, they create a space that gives a certain vibe, creates a certain atmosphere. But how do we design purposefully and on a larger scale? From a room that we can, easily design to a public square, that's already more challenging. It's already more, there's so many more variables, and then there's so much more users in the space that you have to consider, whose needs you have to consider. And then from public square to city, what are the possibilities and what are the barriers for sonic design? I want to show you a little gallery from one of many companies that have begun to specialize in acoustic treatments, acoustic panels. This particular gallery refers to examples of ceiling tiles that are used for noise dampening, reducing reverberation. So you can see the amazing, also very visually appealing. These are the companies that in some ways are leading on the cutting edge of thinking holistically. How do we make something beautiful, that would like be inspirational and kind of delightful for people to look at, but also serve a function and create a kind of softening of the noises in that space. This is a big problem, especially I work with some architecture firms, and I work with some consulting firms for office space, and what I'm hearing a lot, and this is not news, and I've observed this myself, is the move to the open space office has really created a lot of issues around noise. And it's not just about the levels of noise, it's the lack of defined spaces, it's the lack of acoustic zones, it's the lack of privacy in certain cases, it's the inability to focus because there's too many little sounds all around you. And there's also a certain kind of vibe that those spaces have. The aesthetic, the industrial aesthetic with super high ceilings and kind of barren walls. Well, guess what? That creates a lot of reflections, a lot of noise reflections and reverberation, and it creates a kind of cold atmosphere. So you can see the warmth of a lot of these fabric ceiling panels and other products that this company has. I think it's called Edge Acoustics, but it's one of many. So in a way, on the smaller scale, they're solving this problem. So I keep thinking about, this question of, well, how do we solve this problem on a larger scale? And this is what, again, starting out with acoustic ecology and with Schaefer's ideas, this is what he suggests: active and analytical listening, vocabulary of sonic elements to help us analyze and assess soundscapes. So these are the building blocks of how do you build a culture of what he called sonological competence. And what kinds of techniques and transformations can give you access into layers of the soundscape. So I do they're a little bit data-driven almost. I'm curious whether Schaefer was sort of inspired by systems thinking and data collection and the 70s era of cybernetics. But I do find that his exercises of recording, mapping, classification, analysis are interesting creative tools. They're interesting ways to transform sound into another experience, to transform one sensory experience into another sensory modality, and thus reflect on that transformation. So I do like these exercises, for nothing else, for that reflection of, what does it tell me about my listening when I create a sound map? I draw a sound map and I've drawn it a certain way. And of course, including stakeholders in urban planning interventions would be really important. So what would be one way of understanding more holistically, kind of stepping back and thinking of the city as this vast, complex system or space? And again, from Schaefer, one of the concepts that he articulates is this idea of a tonal center. Schaefer talked a lot about material cultures, and that through history, depending on materials and kind of styles of building, that you would have wood cultures or bamboo cultures, and that those would be referring to, yes, the main materials used for construction, but they would also result in very particular soundscapes, very particular atmosphere or ambience. And our tonal center in the cities post industrialization, post kind of modernity, is, as he said, the electric revolution has given us new tonal centers of prime unity against which all other sounds are now heard. And that being the internal combustion engine now provides the fundamental sound of contemporary civilization. And this is true. We, part of the sonic heartbeat of the city, the daily rhythms of the city, sonically at least, are all around rush hour in major cities. And that affects air quality, of course, there's spikes in air pollution at rush hour, but also noise, in sound, in density, in vibration. So I've been trying to focus on developing areas in the city and practice this method of listening to layers, listening in different ways. Schaefer suggests listening as orchestration, but I'm more interested, and he suggests, these musical terms, very, very much musical terms, listening to texture, density, gestures, figure-ground relations, dynamics, rhythm. And I think those give really interesting ideas and really interesting findings about the nature and the orchestration of certain soundscapes. But what I'm more interested in is these concepts of economics, history, identity, politics, power. So how do you listen in cities for cultural tensions? How do we combine this kind of transformation, sensorial transformation, and this kind of focus with this kind of critical lens? So I'm going to play you an example here of... This is an example of a recording that I made during the early months of the pandemic, when all of us who work in sound were extremely, just attuned to the environment and listening, because, what else does one do? We're locked at home. This was also my submission to a project called Sound Outside. And I'm going to let you listen to it, and then I want to, I might not play the whole thing, but then I want to kind of explain what we're hearing, because you couldn't possibly interpret it without context, and that's my point. So I don't know if you were able to hear this and how well the sound is coming through in your space, but we started with quite a rich bird chorus. Again, a lot of us were, or at least I was, very focused on the spring birds because it was March, April, and for the first time I think I was really aware of the arrival and the songs of spring birds, and also how many more birds there are than other times of the year. So it's the first times that a lot of us became aware of this kind of seasonal event that normally goes unnoticed because we're busy living our lives. There's not a lot of traffic because this was early days, so it was almost full lockdown. A lot of businesses were, a ton of businesses were closed. Most workplaces were closed, so people weren't really commuting very much. There were still approvals for construction, so you might hear some hammering on metal, like metal hammer on metal, somewhere in the distance. But there's also a rhythmic beat that comes through. It's quite muffled, but I hope that you heard it. And what that is an indigenous hand drum. And the reason why I was hearing that, this is a recording that I made from my balcony. The reason why I was hearing that was because just before the beginning of the pandemic, there had been a lot of protests led by indigenous land defenders from Wet'suwet'en, to defend local old-growth forests, to defend land from pipeline installation, and they had been gathering at various points in the city and using drums to kind of create this different sort of sonic presence. So again, I want to reflect on the juxtaposition between, the truckers blowing the horns and just kind of punching through everybody's sonic space, and the drums that you hear. So this was a kind of a last echo, really, of these protests, these environmental protests led by indigenous folks using their traditional, music making instruments to raise awareness. So I want to move the conversation in our last little bit towards the project that I really want to talk to you about, my most recent project called Cityscape. And I want to move there by talking about material cultures. What I mentioned earlier about Schaefer speaking of material cultures and how they engender a very particular sonic character, not just for a certain place, but at a certain time in history, because of the usage of different building materials and construction styles and an organization of cities. We have these material cultures that result in sonic cultures. So part of my past work has been around this idea of livable soundscapes, in a way critically questioning the word livability, which is a big buzzword in ratings of cities and ratings of infrastructure around the world. But what does it mean to have livable soundscapes? And what tools do we need to imagine livable and inclusive soundscapes? Because in order for us to build something that isn't quite there, we have to first imagine what it could be. And I wanted to share these pictures. Again, they're not random. These are all buildings from Vancouver, British Columbia, my local area. And this odd-looking, futuristic high-rise is a building near one of the. It's a in development kind of area of the seawall, formerly quite abandoned and disheveled, but now the city's trying to dress it up and make it look nice. There's actually in that hole in the middle, I don't know how else to describe it, that's a suspended hot tub. You literally, it's transparent on the bottom. You literally can see people's butts when you walk underneath. So I find it's just such an interesting example of a material choices. I mean, there's a softness to the edges of the building, but it's all it represents to me this drive in Vancouver, this culture in Vancouver to be a modern industrial North American capital. And that materially translates to a lot of metal and glass, which in turn is very, very resonant and reverberant and reflective. And so it does nothing to dampen the noise that already exists. On the other hand, the wooden structure pictures is also, it's a local story also from British Columbia, and it talks about how the city has changed certain height requirements or height regulations for building, and so it allows developers to build more higher structures out of wood. So they can literally build high rises out of wood. Now, that engenders different problems of clear cutting and logging, which is already a quite a pain point in BC. And that, in addition to the fact that it rains so much that wood is, while one of the cheapest materials, is not actually a very sustainable material for building, because the constant moisture causes a lot of rot. And then the bottom picture is an example to me of a real like community level, human level kind of city supported structure, which is the farmers market. Once again, it's a pedestrian city and it's a biking city. People do like to be outdoors and to do a lot of hiking, but it rains so much. It's kind of hard to have a real outdoorsy pedestrian gathering culture. But the farmers markets have been, and also car-free days, where they close down certain streets to traffic. And so the whole street becomes like an open market. These are attempts by the city to create more of a slow streets movement, more of a pedestrian culture, more of a kind of slowing down, less noise competition, more sounds of community. So it's an attempt at community building. And so the question really is, what do livable communities sound like? That's the question. Is this a livable community? This futuristic high-rise with a suspended hot tub, is that a livable community? Or is this wood skyscraper paradise a livable community? I mean, that certainly would result in a much softer overall sonic ambience. And the farmers market would probably be quite, buzzing with people and conversations and live music. So you could consider it too loud, perhaps, but it's the kind of loudness that feels community-oriented rather than annoying. So with all this in mind, my work shifted from this idea of livable soundscapes to creating a sandbox game. This is a tabletop game for testing out urban situations. It's to say that it's based on real findings from applied acoustics, it's a bit ambitious, because I wanted to incorporate situations that could be solved in the game by applying real guidelines that exist. But I ended up addressing the game a little bit more towards potentially school-age education, and thinking of it more in terms of civic literacy. So the game will be a tabletop game that at the same time creates a live soundscape mix that you can hear through a little speaker in the middle of the game board that reflects the configuration of the game board. So reflects sonically the configuration of the game board. So in a way, I'm intending this project to be like an instrument for hearing the sonic consequences of urban planning. These are pictures of some of the early physical prototyping that we're doing right now. And the game is modeled after Drop Mix, which if I suspect none of you are aware, because for some reason that game just flashed and went away. But it's so cool. It's a DJing game for kids, and it comes with a deck of cards and a tray with 5 slots that you can put down cards. So you create a combination of 5 cards, and through a Bluetooth connection, you hear your live music mix that you've DJ'd, you hear that from your phone, from an app. And it's quite amazing because every combination of cards basically results in a mix that sounds great, because the cards have the ability to, the coding in the cards, they connect with each other, and so they come into the same tonality and key and tempo, and so they're matched up and they sound good together. And what I really liked about Drop Mix is that it's a very user-friendly physical interface. Like, the cards feel like just real cards, and the tray is very easy to use. But then you're hearing the mix, and you have this amazing multimodal connection between your actions and the live result that you're hearing. So in Cityscape, what we thought that we would have is character cards. This is generally the kind of game mechanics that I want to present. Character cards, so you can play as an architect, a planner, an entrepreneur, a pigeon, or a tree. So we wanted to also introduce non-human actors into this sort of design the urban soundscape game. That's kind of the tagline for Cityscape, is design the urban soundscape. So depending on your character, you will have particular goals. So obviously the goals of a planner would be different from the goals of a tree. The goals of an architect might be different than the goals of an entrepreneur. Then we wanted to bring in this idea of material cultures by creating a set of material cards that would be the building blocks of whatever other imaginary structures you would put together in the city planning, in the game board. So the materials that we have so far are dirt, metal, plastic, wood, glass, but there could be more, of course. The mechanic that we've come up with is that every character will use salvage points to buy materials and then use them to create city elements, ultimately trying to satisfy the character goal for their character. In addition to that, we have 3 meters that correspond to the configuration of the game board. And the 3 meters are a noise meter, an industry meter, and a community spirit meter. And the importance of these meters, they're going to be moved manually at the end of each round when players finish that round. And the importance of these meters is for that, to me, is the most key learning point, is that you realize that there's a real connection between increasing or decreasing the noise meter and increasing or decreasing the community spirit. And there's a real relationship between noise and industry, and a real sort of negative relationship between industry and community spirit. So that's the goal of that. And every time a new card is placed on the game board, a new sound mixes into the sound mix. So we have like a layered soundscape going on at any given point in time. The goals of the game are to not blow out the noise meter. So if you blow out the noise meter, you lose. Everybody loses. But you want to achieve certain configurations of the meters. And it's not necessarily to bring the noise meter all the way down, because that would decrease community spirit. If you have a silent space, what kind of community could you possibly have? And then with every turn, players see the sonic result of their decision and the relationship between the meter stats. So currently we're developing a digital version in Max MSP, a playable digital version with the sound database included. And we're hoping to secure more funding to create a bigger, more polished version. But it's the idea of this is that it's a unique sandbox that illustrates the complex interrelationships between infrastructure and city sound in hopefully a kind of playful and creative way. Currently, I want to point out, of course, what is missing is specific listener perspectives. So we have this idea that, the city soundscape is one, essentialized, unified thing, but really a city soundscape is the perspective of a particular listener and what's significant to them. We were trying to get at that with the character classes so that you begin to perhaps imagine what would it feel like to listen to the city as a pigeon or as a tree. And we still need to do consultation with community members and iteration of the prototype, including that, to do co-design. So just because I know that this overview isn't exactly giving you a super clear idea of the game, we have a kind of promotional video or a little overview video that I want to play you that hopefully will give you a sense of how things will sound as well.
Cityscape. Cityscape is a tabletop strategy game about city planning and the urban soundscape. When you play, you learn about different values and interests that go into developing a city. Cityscape is an audio-augmented game that creates a live and reactive soundtrack based on the cards you place on the board. You can play as an architect, an entrepreneur, a planner, a pigeon, or a tree. Depending on your role, you will salvage materials, build objects, and create ambiances in the city. You have the choice to compete with other players or take on a specific urban scenario. Cityscape allows you to hear the sonic consequences of your actions. With the push and pull of competing interests, the players can either develop the city into an industrial haven or rewild the land and bring about ecological balance. Who will prevail?
So thank you for listening. I'll wrap it up here, and I encourage everyone to get in touch with me. This is my email, and I work at the Sonic Research Studio at SFU. And I also want to let everyone know that I will be available for a Q&A at the end of today's session. So please feel free to stay on and come and chat with me in person. Well, in person, virtually. And enjoy the rest of your day.
Walduck, and I'm part of the Department of Music and Audio Technology here at the University of Kent. And I'm going to be presenting today on a piece called Meso Kitchen. So for those of you that are here live, you can see there's some miso waiting to be served up as part of the performance later on. If you're joining us online, there's a sort of holding card which lasts for just under 3 minutes. And if you want to join in by making your own miso at home, you've got a 3-minute window to do that. If you don't have miso to hand, good substitutes include Marmite or Bovril just mixed up with water, or tomato juice, it's another good one, or in fact any kind of thick soup, but thick soup might not be readily available. But failing all of that, you'll get some, or you may get some sort of taste changes even just with water as well. So it's not a specific thing to miso, but miso is very much part of this piece. So can you taste sound and colour? I created Meso Kitchen with my partner in crime, Chloe Cooper. That's Chloe on the right-hand side there. Chloe's a visual artist and performance artist. And I'm a composer and percussionist. And in this piece, I'm using one instrument, which is the vibraphone, which I'll show you in this picture here. So you can see at the bottom left-hand corner, it's a bit like a xylophone, but it's made of metal. It produces a very pure sound. And there was a good reason for that choice, in that I wanted to use something that would be a bit like a sine wave and really focus on quite sort of pure sonic frequencies rather than using something that produced a really complex waveform in this exploration of how sound and taste might be related to one another. So the practice that Chloe and I have developed is an audiovisual practice in which we combine paper marbling and improvised music. So it's a performative practice that happens in real time through improvisation. It draws on the gestural and structural elements of both art forms. So actually we wanted to create a common language across the art forms that sort of sits somewhere in between them and speaks to both. And we've developed a terminology that could apply either to music or to visual art. So as you can see from the picture at the top right-hand corner, this is a kind of paper marbling called suminigashi. It originates from Japan. And basically you have a tray of water, just ordinary tap water or mineral water, and then 2 very soft brushes. One contains special sumi ink, which is the black one, and then the white one is just water. And so to produce this type of pattern here, you alternate just dipping those very gently, just so as the brush touches the surface, some of the paint drains off and floats on the surface of the water. And it's sort of very predictable in the sense that that will always happen, and it's very unpredictable in the sense that the temperature and the movement of the water, even the light in the room, any kind of breath or wind movement will begin to move the paints around in unpredictable ways. So we're always working with the unpredictability and the liveness of what the marbling does, what the music does, and how the two interact together. So within our framework of interactivity, we have some words that are to do with gesture. So we discuss rhythm. We might respond rhythmically to each other. We might respond with intent. So in music terms, that's articulation. So how sort of strongly or forcefully something is expressed, or the softness or the brusqueness of a stroke of the paintbrush. We discuss size, so the idea of large sounds and small sounds. And the idea of rupture. So here's a beautiful pattern here, but that can be disrupted by blowing on the water or dragging a hair or a, what they called, like a cocktail stick or a toothpick, something with a very fine point across the surface. And all of this is done in the music as well using audio processing. So I use my instrument, it's one sound, it's a very limited palette, but I also use live audio processing and looping in order to generate a kind of musical composition and soundscape. We have some points of reference that we share to do with structure. So the idea of repetition is very important. This process of marbling is very repetitive, dropping the different colours one after the other, alternating the colours. In the music, there's a lot of repetition and looping. The idea of paint spreading and sound spreading, and the idea of building up layers. So, well, I think you'll see and hear when I play Miso Kitchen that, you know, you can build up a pattern and then disrupt it and then begin to build up another pattern, and that happens across both art forms. The idea of distorting and disintegrating also became important to us as well, because these are interesting and very beautiful processes in their own ways as well. They're ways of sort of changing scene and disrupting pattern. So overall, we wanted to create this practice that was audio and visual. And then the pandemic happened, and like lots of other people, we began to move this practice online. So our practice became something that we did over Zoom. Very quickly, it felt that this was a less kind of embodied feeling to the performance, and we wanted to then address the challenge of making Zoom an embodied performance environment. So how can digits and pixels and an experience of the world through a screen be sort of taken from the screen, crossing over into the body? One thing that we decided to do was add a third sense. So we have an audio-visual practice, and we decided if we brought taste into this, then we definitely are using our bodies, and we could do something where our audience would also taste something and have this other embodied experience, and then became very interested in the idea of making the marbling participatory. So we decided we'd serve miso soup, and then thought it would be quite a laugh to actually, whilst Chloe is marbling on the screen in the performance, for our audience to take part in their own marbling experience. So we will be doing that today. I have some soy and some oil that you can use to marble onto your soup, and if you're joining in at home, that's another set of ingredients that would be great if you can grab any kind of cooking or vegetable or an oil of your choice basically, but just not WD-40. And also some kind of soy sauce or pepper sauce or Worcester sauce, whatever kind of sauce makes you feel good. So the participatory marbling also brings in touch as well, because you're using your hands, you're touching things, the soup will hopefully be hot. So we're now beginning to draw on all of the senses, and of course miso has a wonderful fragrance, so you will also smell the miso soup, maybe contribute to that smell map in some way that we're going to be doing this afternoon later on. So we wanted to bring those 5 main senses in together. However, beyond making a multisensory performance where you've just got those senses, we were interested in how the senses might modulate one another, and in particular, how we could modulate taste. So miso was chosen because it's quite a mobile taste. It's got lots and lots of subtle flavours in there. So there's some emergent and sort of fairly recent research from experimental psychology and neuroscience, and this is that the senses, which have traditionally been studied quite separately, they actually inform one another. So sensory processing in one area can be modulated by information from a different sensory area. And this is Charles Spencer's work, for example, and he heads up a centre for experimental psychology at Oxford, and there's a lot of work emerging from there with various collaborations and various authors. There are applications in marketing, so how supermarkets modulate your experience by baking bread on site. There are applications in food, so with restaurants, you know, the appearance has always been really important with food. I think the sort of sonic environment is becoming increasingly something that's being looked at by Heston Blumenthal at the moment. Also, there was an application in hospital food. So often hospital food can be a little bit bland. We've all been there with a sort of greyish chicken curry and rice, or greyish mashed potato and a bit of fried fish. So the colour palette is really sort of quite grey and a bit brown. And if that's previously been sort of served up on white plates or kind of greyish or light bluish plates, and the whole thing ends up being a little bit unappetizing. And so there has been some work around changing the colour of the plates, simply that. So the food stays the same, you change the colour of the plate and it actually looks more appetizing because you're eating off of a bright blue or a bright red plate. In gaming, we have kind of developments in haptics. So really bringing in the feel of touch in order to kind of, I guess, make the experience feel even more immersive and multisensory. And also the kind of motion illusions that you get in VR, which I'm remembering from the other day with the guys over here feeling a little bit seasick as I was racing around the track on a floating boat. So the way that the eye can, and your sort of proprioceptive senses can easily sort of be connected. All of these things are cross-sensory experiences or multimodal experiences. Another key finding is that attention plays a key role in this work, and certainly within Miso Kitchen, there are correspondences and you will taste differences in the miso soup, but it's something that you probably will experience more if you kind of put your focus there. So just as if you're tasting cheese or wine, you would really think about how it tastes and really enjoy the smell and the flavours. It's a bit like that with how this piece is going to work in terms of the taste being modulated. So it's going to be subtle, but it's about kind of cultivating that and putting your attention there. The other area where attention in multisensory work is really important is the attention overload and the limits to how much attention can go into different places. So, for example, if you're driving and it's quite busy, you're taking in lots of oral and visual information, your phone rings, of course you never answer it, do you? Because it's really, really difficult to speak on your phone and drive your car at the same time, because the information that you're getting from the car and the road and you're driving is not coherent with the information that's coming from your phone. So those dissonances, if you like, from the different media create this kind of lack of coherence, and that's a much greater cognitive load to process. So one thing we've tried to do in Miso Kitchen is to make a coherent multisensory experience, so that taste and colour and sound are all linked, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a sec. Oh, and just a note that, because this question often comes up when we perform this piece, is this the same as synesthesia? And it's not quite the same. So synesthesia is a kind of involuntary and sort of hardwired neurological process, whereas this is a bit more attentional and voluntary. So in very broad terms, that's how those two areas are different from one another. So we're trying to foster a cross-modal experience. And we can enhance this by drawing our audience into a state of present-centered awareness. So the techniques that we're using, first of all, low arousal sonic and visual environment. So the sounds are looped, and with loop sound, it's quite a low load. It's not demanding to listen to or to process, because it's coming around and it's the same and it's the same. So it enables you to put your attention on the changes and the new things that are happening. We also have some slowly moving visual patterns, which, as you'll see, they're very flowing, and your eye, you can possibly see, what's on this slide now? That in the next slide you'll see these beautiful sort of flowing patterns of the paint, which your eye can just sort of follow around. And all of this can lead people to a state of sort of almost like trance-like awareness, and this sort of real attention to what's going on in the present. So that sense that time is happening somewhere else, and you're really relaxed but very, very focused at the same time. So that's our first strategy. The second strategy is to use particular sounds, so whispered sounds, and the sounds of these fish. I'm just going to run over to show you. So in order to do your marbling, you will take a couple of these fish. One has soy and one has oil. And they make a great sound if you just rub them gently together. So probably near the mic. Is the mic here? I think the mic's here. That's for the people listening at home. So we have this lovely gentle sound, and these sounds are associated with ASMR. So that's autonomous sensory meridian response, and it's a way of your body just sort of self-adjusting and regulating itself, but it's also that feeling that you get of kind of shivers or sort of head tingles when you're experiencing a sort of sound in a very pleasurable kind of way. So to create coherence, we want to avoid sensory conflict so that it's a relaxing and engaging process. We focus on specific pitches to modulate the taste of the meso. So there's lots and lots of research, well, there's an emerging body of research which addresses sound and taste and that cross-modular response. And some of it deals with timbre, so the sound of the instrument, so that maybe using a cello or a trombone or a violin or a flute, they've all got very, very different sounds, and those do have a sort of cross-sensory relationship. However, we were on lockdown and I just had my vibraphone, so I figured that, you know, timbre is made up of complex ranges of frequencies, lots and lots and lots of different frequencies. What would happen if we could pare it down just to one frequency or a narrow band of frequencies? So I discovered some other research that had done just that, and we found a kind of correspondence between a high C, so if you speak MIDI language, that would be C6, so 2 octaves above middle C. The sound of that frequency corresponds to sour. And a low D, so that is nearly 2 octaves below middle C. That corresponds to saltiness. Visually, those flavours respond to specific colours. So yellow and green map onto sour tasting, and blue and white both map onto salty tasting. And we chose meso as our final element because it has these complex flavours that we felt push towards more salty or more sour. Let's see what you think when you take part. What we found overall is about 30% of our audience notice a change in the taste of their meso. That's actually higher than a lot of the lab tests, so they seem to be statistically significant at around sort of 15%. So we're getting much higher buy-in, and I don't know if it's people being polite, it could be that. It could also be because we're not just doing sound and taste, but we're also throwing in visual as well, so there are more senses. So it should strengthen that cross-modal experience. And then the overriding thing, apart from people commenting on how the taste changes for them, is that it's relaxing and calming. So these are literal audience responses. Someone said they felt held in a safe space. Someone said they had a headache before and they don't have a headache anymore. And then more than one person has talked about seeing shapes and sensing kind of 3D shapes, even though we're not showing them, that there's something that comes into their mind of imagining shapes, basically, triangles, or someone said long train tracks as well. So to finish with a quotation from Charles Spence, he says, by avoiding these three things, so it's sensory overload, sensory imbalance, that's when one sense is overly dominating the others, and sensory conflict, so that's when you're on your phone and driving at the same time and the information doesn't cohere. Every one of us has the tools to live happier, healthier, and more fulfilling lives. That requires us to recognize the cultural construction of the senses, to acknowledge the inherently multisensory nature of mind, and also to be sensitive to the individual differences in the sensory worlds we all inhabit. So everyone's sensory profile is slightly different. And I think it was really interesting in the urban planning presentation that to really begin to think about planning around sound and what a difference that makes to certain groups of people with kind of high sound sensitivity. A few references here. I'm now going to show you a film of a Zoom performance of Meso Kitchen. So it is what it is. It's a Zoom performance. It's not a kind of beautifully cut film where every frame is colour balanced and all of the rest of it. But this is what we would have put out during the pandemic. We had 5 performances altogether, and then 1 live performance where we perform live and the people are in the audience just as you are. And then maybe we'll do questions at the end. So the piece lasts for about 20 minutes, and at one point I'll invite you up to come and have some miso soup.
Hi, and welcome to Miso Kitchen. My name's Jackie, and I'm going to be creating some music for you this evening in collaboration with Chloe, who is going to be marbling.
So in Miso Kitchen, we invite you to notice the subtle changes in the taste of your miso soup, brought about by changes in Jackie's sound frequency that she's making, and by the changes that I make in the colour in the marbling tank. So we're going to be asking you, how does the taste of your miso soup change when Jackie plays up high and you see greens and yellows in the marbling tank? And how about when the colour switches to blue and white and the music centres around a low D? This is a time to savour your senses, to connect and to experience the context of a shared convivial meal. Let's begin by gathering our ingredients. You will need a bowl and a spoon. You will need 2 fish, 1 containing soy sauce and the other olive oil. And you will need boiling water. It's time to make the miso soup. Put your miso paste into your bowl and take it with you to the kettle. Add boiling water, but don't add soy sauce or oil yet. We'll do that here together once you've brought your soups back to the screen. Go and do it, now. We'll be here throughout, looping a haiku track. Steaming heat rises. Wet molecules tumbling up. Nowhere, everywhere. Anticipation. Steaming meso molecules. Don't eat it though. Yet. Welcome back to the screen. Pick up your soy sauce and drip drops onto your soupy surfaces. Watch it swim. Watch it sink. And watch it submerge. How salty. Salty. Keep your saliva in for now. Next, pick up your oil and drip drops onto your soupy surface. Watch it glob. Watch it blob. And watch it stay. How oily. How oily. Resist your rumblings if you can. Use your spoon to swirl pools of soy and oil through your miso. Send billowing clouds circulating beneath the surface. That's enough. It's time to eat. Sip, slurp, and swallow. Reflect on what you taste and when. That was Miso Kitchen. Thank you very much for taking part.
Thanks for that very focused listening, and I hope you all enjoyed your miso, and thanks for being here and thanks for listening. Do you have any questions, thoughts, remarks?
I have a question. I was wondering, how pronounced the whole experience might be if the performance projection experiment was conducted in a completely dark room,
Yeah.
where we could only see the colors
Yeah.
of the image. Because I was doing that, but at the same time I could see all the colors of the rainbow just underneath your
Yeah.
projection, with all the applications that appear on the screen. And also it's the curtains, it's the floor, and all the colors around. So I was wondering whether they could conduct the same experiment or performance in a completely dark room, where people could only see the colors and nothing else.
We have done that, in fact, yeah. So last year we were commissioned by Electric Medway, and that was the piece that we made, and it wasn't in a completely dark room, and that would be amazing to try. It was in a darkened room. So not like today, and I think, yeah, we put candles on the tables, so the whole thing was a bit like a cafe kind of thing to create this kind of set that the audience would be part of. But it does intensify. And also, actually, if you're listening at home on headphones in the evening, which is usually when we perform it, so it's a 7 o'clock kind of show, I think in some ways that is a more intense experience. Yeah. Kate, I think. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a constantly evolving thing. The spoon's a really great point, actually. And I mean, I ordered these online and I chose them because they sort of look Japanese. So it's to try and have an overall sort of coherence. But yeah, I get the thing that they're quite big, and so that can be a bit of a distraction. So there's that. With the seating, before we had everyone seated at tables, so it was like this cafe. And that's the only other live presentation that we've done. Everything else has been online, so I guess people are where they are, and they can, yeah, you could be on the floor, or sitting on cushions, or at your desk, or in your kitchen, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, and the balancing, I mean, it just is, it is that, isn't it? It's kind of your attention's here, and especially here the screen's quite high, so it's very much up there, and then you're looking down there.
I think it's really interesting to think about lots of different seating arrangements, different cultural awareness as well about
Yeah.
what may have been experienced, and to think about the low table
Yeah.
possibility as well.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question as well so people streaming can hear the question?
Yes. Was there another question? Yes. So that was a comment saying instead of using spoons, use a straw. That's also a really great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was just focusing on not spilling it on myself.
Yeah.
If I had a straw, you don't need to move then, you can just go.
Yeah, like in the movies, right? Yeah.
I'll think my friend has a question.
Yeah, please.
I guess it's more of an effect of the straw, of the spoon, in terms of because it was kind of smaller. What's interesting is it felt like there's a different mini ecology when it kind of a thing moving around, like kind of when it went from large But also, in terms of what you're talking about, I was wondering, have any of your respondents talked about kind of texture? Because I think that's,
Yeah.
there was one specific moment where I actually noticed there's kind of in me, so there's sometimes some grittiness.
Yeah.
And it kind of did seem to correspond with what's going on visually in terms of this kind of peppered. So yeah, I was just wondering if you picked up anything from that.
So an interesting remark about texture in the meso, and that seems to, can you remember what that corresponded with?
It was visually, it was, I don't know, it felt like it was kind of, it was peppered. It was almost like kind of, yeah, the tiny little grains.
Yeah.
Kind of then felt like it mapped onto,
Yeah.
yeah. Yes, I don't know if that's appropriate.
No one's mentioned that one before, but I can imagine how that happens. So the comment was, for people who are listening online, the comment was that when the tiny little, the yellow flecks, is that the bit that you meant? Lots and lots of yellow flecks were coming onto the screen. That mapped onto a sort of gritty experience of the meso. Which, so, I mean, the other one that someone once said was when I was playing the low-down notes, they felt that they could taste mushrooms in their mouth, which, you know, so occasionally, you know, and that was both a sort of saltiness or a savouriness of mushrooms, but also the idea of that sort of mushroomy texture. So yeah, occasionally it does come up, yeah. Yes, yeah, another question.
I was just wondering if you normally, in a performance situation, do people discover it as they go along while you're making it happen, or do you always explain beforehand what you have with us, or is it because we're in a lecture situation?
Yeah. Yeah. So the question was, in the performance, do we always explain what's going on? And the answer is yes, because in fact the first time we thought, right, we're going to just make this experiential, and people didn't get it, actually. So there needs to be some facilitation, or people were like coming back and eating their miso straight away, so before they'd had time to marble on it and experience the different colours and the different sounds, they go, oh, like, but I finished my miso because I made it quickly and I ate it. So yeah, we found it's just more successful to just almost walk people through and explain that that is what's going to come, because I don't think it's such a strong experience that everybody immediately tastes sour when they see the green and yellow. I think it's something to be aware of and to allow yourself to taste. Yeah. Yeah, more questions. Wow. Yes, please. Yeah.
Like all of a sudden, like everything came together.
Yeah.
So I don't know how, but like the fact of heating, visuals, the sound, it came all together.
Yeah.
So like there wasn't something else.
Yeah.
There's something really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. So that was a remark about the coherent experience and somehow going into a sort of trance-like state, you were saying. Ruth Herbert, who's one of our colleagues here at the university, researches trance. So her book, Music and Everyday Listening, has some really great explanations about trance. And trance is kind of multicultural as well. You know, lots of different cultures cultivate trance for all sorts of sort of ceremonial or health or religious kind of reasons. And there are specific things about the music, the repetition, and the deep drums that help to kind of make that happen, I think, as well. Yeah, thanks. We probably need to kind of stop really shortly, but I know there's one more remark or question. Please go ahead.
Yeah, like a couple of brief reflections. One was that from the moment you invited us to come and get the miso soup, I felt like really participated in a kind of ritual.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't go so far maybe, but I really felt that everything was, you know, a beautiful ritual, very calm, very welcoming. With the colors, I think I smell acid.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I
interesting.
that was more kinesthetic, but it was like a sense that I was having a level close to me.
Yeah.
But then I was looking forward very much to dripping the soy sauce in the miso soup. But I was really sad because when we moved it down, I never saw the color.
It just goes, yeah.
And it went under the shadowy
Yeah.
miso thing.
Yeah.
So it was really, no, come back, no point. It was really not disappointing, but it was dripping again.
Yeah.
It was always going away while the oil stays on top.
Yeah.
And that was more fulfilling, it made
Yeah.
more sense. And then you could also
Yeah.
keep some soy dripping on.
Yeah.
I don't know if there is a way to make actually the soy visible, because we could see it in your projection. So I was wondering whether you have the camera under or over, because I think we could see it.
Okay, so to address the second one of those about the soy, so the remark was about that what you see is it's actually ink, it's not soy sauce, so she's using ink on water rather than soy or miso, but what you see is the soy staying on the surface a bit more. But then when you do it yourself, the soy just sinks and it goes underneath the miso. And we tried so many things to see if there was a way to change that. And soy is kind of important for its flavor. So we wanted soy, but we tried mixing it with oil, but that doesn't work because they don't mix. So you just get blobs. And yeah, so in the end, we decided that it's going to have to just sink. We tried so many different shades of miso, different kinds of miso soup, to sort of change the color and maybe the viscosity of it. But again, it's like there wasn't anything that particularly stuck. So we are kind of stuck with the situation where the soy does just kind of blob down, and you only see it when you mix it again. Yeah.
Maybe you did it the opposite way. If you start with the oil.
And then put the miso on. Yeah.
Then it stays with the oil.
Yeah.
And maybe then
Yeah.
learn that.
That's a really nice idea, actually. Yeah. Next time, that's what we're going to do. So the idea was to do the oil first and then drop the soy onto it so it sits on the oil. I think this is a really great plan. Brilliant. Thanks so much, everyone. Thanks for all your remarks and questions, and lots to think about there. Yeah.
Thank you, Derek. Just 2 minutes before we set it up.
Now, so we can start again. And what I will present today is the method that I follow to compose one of my acousmatic pieces called Irides, which I think it fits well with today's theme. Irides is 5 years old today, and it was, not today, this year, I mean, it's not its birthday, but anyway, but it was the first composition where I developed and implemented the method that I will explain today. Later works that I did adopted some of the aspects of that method according to the requirements of each composition. But as Irides provided the first ground for experimentation of this approach, I prefer to bring this piece as an example. The method I followed is based on the interpretation of information received through some of our senses, which I converted into gestural and textural activity in the oral domain. The technique is based on the mapping of our experiences from a number of systems, visual, gustatory, olfactory, and haptic environments, to another system, the oral space. Working on Irides gave me some interesting thoughts and ideas on how I might be able to explore these sensory experiences in a compositional context. This is essentially an overview of the whole process, of course. My piece uses information collected through multisensory walks, during some of which I recorded the sound environment I was experiencing, and during some others I created rough sensory maps. I will tell you more about these in a moment. My composition Irides is an amalgamation of sound walks at different places, combining different listening experiences as well as experiences of vision, smell, and touch. For this piece, I was attracted to events I encountered near the end of rainy episodes, and those short periods that when rain hasn't stopped yet, but the raindrops become a bit sparse. And this is when strong smells usually emerge from flowers and the grass, and I'm sure you have noticed how the ground, the soil, smells differently, especially after a hot summer day. First, I concentrated on elements that many composers are influenced by, shapes and colors, in addition to sounds of the environment. And this is why I picked up one of the most conspicuous visual elements that appear just after rainfalls, the rainbow. My composition has moments where spectral areas become thin lines, especially when the loud, intense sections end. It is almost like sunny spells where rainbows appear and see those bright colors. Only in this case, the colors are sonic colors, mostly heard as glissandi, going upwards and downwards and create double and triple sonic rainbows. You can see an example in these two sonogram analyses. I hope you can see, well, some of it anyway, is in red and black, sorry about that. So you can see in this sonogram analysis, at the top, after the wavy undulating texture that you see there, you can notice thin lines going upwards and disappearing, fading out gradually, creating an impression of a high-frequency canopy of sound. In the bottom sonogram here, there are two of these types of structures. The first one has glissandi, arcs going downwards and upwards at the same time, creating that X figure that you see there. In the second structure on the right, just here, which looks like a V, all right? There are faster glissandi going downwards and then disappear upwards again. Let's hear the excerpt that belongs to the first sonogram, which I believe demonstrates how I thought about transferring the rainbow idea into the piece with a transparent diaphanous spectral canopy, just like rainbows are, which sometimes feel more transient, more like fleeting images. Let's hear that. Hear those high frequencies there. This is what maybe sit on top of everything else. So that was an example of how I worked with some visual information, but I have also mentioned other senses. First of all, I did not use any data sonification digital processes, for those of you who know what it is. This is where you convert digitally photographs, for example, into numbers that translate into sound. So if I did something like that, that would have given me almost random results, which are difficult to work with musically. Instead, I tried to convey information I received from my immediate environment through my senses as either a sonic gesture or a texture that would resemble the gesture or texture in that different sense. Gesture implies a motion, a temporal structure, and texture implies a consistency, the feel and appearance of something. So something like a smell that starts strong and disappears slowly has a shape and may be represented with a fast attack in the beginning, an impact that connects to a texture that becomes granular, disintegrates and disappears. And this is how I thought at first about representing different senses. The first problem I encountered was with the sense of taste. It is hard to include taste as part of the environmental experience when walking in nature under rain. I mean, one may experiment with tasting edible flowers, but you know, I'm not one of them, I cannot recognize them. So to be able to relate the taste to the surrounding environment, one needs to take a walk, in inverted commas, through different tastes, for example, in a restaurant. Okay? It is feasible if we choose the right environment, but not in the case of this composition I'm talking about. So apart from information that came through my sense of sight, which I have already given you an example, and the sense of hearing, which comes at many moments in irides in the form of rain and thunder, I used information of two other senses in irides, the senses of touch and smell. I need to say here that most of us, when we think of senses, what comes to mind is the five senses: vision, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. The table on this slide that you see there says that you know, there are more sensory systems than the traditional five. We have the vestibular system to keep our balance and the proprioceptual system to monitor the position of our bodies. Heat, cold, pain, itchiness, and soft touch are all implemented by separable sensory systems. Each of these sensations is brought up by different receptors.
I'm not here, continue.
Sorry?
I'm not here, Aki. Continue
Oh, right.
as you were. As
Okay.
literally as if I'm not even around.
Okay. So Schwarz and Kranz have counted 12 senses of the human body based on the sensory systems that we have. This does not mean that my method covers all the sensory systems, but this certainly gives a lot of scope for development and exploration. As soon as I started this process of mapping information from different senses, I questioned the term sound walk, because what I was experiencing was certainly more holistic. So I started using the term sensory walk. A little background on sensory walks. This kind of walks are organized in various places. They are used as sensory exploration to young kids and infants. Children learn through their environment in relation to how their bodies work, mainly through touch and play with their hands and feet. You see on the left of this slide, children walking barefoot on different textures, which can be fun, but also encourages exploration in a safe environment that promotes awareness. Sensory walks for adults include touch, smell, and taste, and often participants block their vision through blindfolding so they can concentrate on other senses. Sensory walks are also organized for the disabled, giving the opportunity to explore the surroundings in an organized and innovative way. In sensory walks, sometimes people create maps with the information they receive from different senses. This kind of walk mostly concentrates on one sense at a time rather than dealing with all the senses in one go, which makes sense, of course. Kate McLean, who is presenting her work later who will lead us in a fascinating smell walk, will probably explain more about smell maps and the way she develops them. I use a system which springs from my work on the perception of time scales and time passing to roughly notate smell, touch, and taste using the parameters of intensity, duration, and texture. Through my research, I developed a compositional method based on arborescent structures, which are formed of concurrent timescales. Timescale is the period of time in which a sequence of events takes place. Timescales can group or segregate perceptually, following factors that promote stream grouping and segregation. This follows Gestalt principles for auditory scene analysis, developed mainly by the psychologist Albert Bregman for sound. I mean, Gestalt is quite old concept. This becomes a little complicated because there are many levels that this image works, and intensity is currently missing from this image. But let's concentrate on our sensory experiences here and see this image as a rough representation of a plurality of experiences. Bear in mind, this is a hypothetical structure. I made this so it will be easier to see the structures rather than me bringing pages of very rough drawings that I did for the composition. One branch that develops linearly towards the right on the time-passing axis, the horizontal axis, may represent our experience of smell. That would be the top branch, where time scales are longer. The middle branch may represent development of sonic structures in the environment, and the bottom one may represent touch. At the point where the lower branch disintegrates, it can mean that we are scratching a rough surface and experience our contact with the material as a discontinuous rough texture. The thickness of arborescences indicates textural complexity of streams that constitute corresponding timescales. The figure shows how textures may grow into streams that occupy the same time scale, a branch, where part of the original sound undergoes a rhythmic development, not necessarily in a strict tempo. For example, bird calls are rhythmic, but they can accelerate and decelerate. I indicate rhythmic development by the darker areas of the branches, and this may happen with sound and touch, less so with smell. The light gray areas demonstrate a more fluid, non-discrete motion. Once maps like these are created, they can be used to structure a composition based on a holistic experience of particular events. Intensity and duration can relatively easily be translated into dynamics for sound events. Long-lasting sounds can be created in this way, whose dynamic profile follows the intensity of consecutive smells or tactile experiences, whereas the spectral content can change or filtered when a smell or a surface we touch or we walk on changes to a different one. This is usually indicated by a new branch in the diagram you see on the slide. What I discussed so far relates to the structure of a piece, but what about the sounds themselves that I needed to use? What I was dealing with in my piece Crises was an amalgamation of multisensory walks where I superimposed information coming from different senses. This is how layers of material and their respective timescales were created. I made sparse notes when recording information from senses other than my hearing and vision. I had to rely mostly on my memory to record that information, and that action took place after my walks. When I began structuring my memories and writing down notes, I felt like digging up memories that I didn't necessarily expect them to be there. The process became non-linear as memories kept jumping between places and times. Moreover, as I was concentrating on more senses than one, the process triggered all sorts of trains of thoughts going back way beyond the actual walks. I started mapping those experiences, which at the end became part of an imaginary multiscape as opposed to a mere soundscape. In that multiscape, there was no story unfolding. It was rather a presentation of snippets of multisensory experiences about spaces, places, and times based on those codas of rainy episodes. Remember, the piece is about rain, end of rainy episodes. Although in Crises, my approach was rather approximate, my method developed further when I started mapping my experiences into Dennis Smalley's motion and growth processes. I approached my experiences as shapes developing in time. Some of these processes on the slide make more sense in short time scales, so they are not well fitted for information that comes through sensory systems that act in relatively long time scales like smell. But other processes like divergence and convergence can be applied to textures which can take place in longer time scales. Another problem I was faced with was how to decide what kind of textural associations I could bring from other senses into the oral space. This is a bit easier when dealing with the haptic environment, but becomes trickier when moving to olfactory space. For example, I could convincingly translate the action of walking on gravel and the feel I had underneath my feet with rolling coarse figures and running my palm against a tree bark with rotating gestures, speeding up and slowing down. I attempted to translate roughly the olfactory experiences I had, but I soon realized that I had to be more methodical. You can see here an example of how I transferred some of the experiences of vision, touch, and smell into gestural and textural sound activity. I made the smell events into lingering textures that started and ended very slowly. The haptic space also gave me ideas of material to work with, such as various rough and soft surfaces which are used for scratching or rubbing against other material. Things are not that straightforward with smell, of course. However, there is useful research in cross-modal associations between senses. Spector and Mauer have found that there are consistencies in cross-modal associations among typical adults, which can provide insights about how multisensory information is organized in the brain and how it can influence behavior. After their experiment, which involved 78 participants, the researchers came up with a list of significant color and texture associations for each odor. Most of the participants were Anglophone Canadians, so they shared some cultural experiences, which is quite important when you conduct this kind of experiments. This is quite a long list, so I included only a few of their findings here on this table. The research goes beyond this, and they represent graphs of all texture associations to each odor. They also note that many participants commented that although it previously never occurred to them to associate a texture and a color to an odor, the inclination to do so made perfect sense once it was requested of them. So, although most people never think about the relation between texture and odor, they are able to recognize one when their attention is drawn to it. The researchers concluded that this may reflect the natural inclination of sensory systems towards multisensory relations. So, roughly what I briefly presented today is the method that I followed to compose Irides, and I take fragments of this research, of course, into my later compositions. Allowing for interpretation of color, texture, shape, smell, etc. in the structure of a composition creates a whole ecosystem of time scales, each cluster of time scales coming from a different source. One may think it can be chaotic, but it is not, as long as we choose and organize carefully our sound material. I believe, especially with soundscape composition that employs location sound, using information delivered to all our senses will give us a more holistic view of our surrounding environment, and perhaps will shed some light to us, the composers, into the interaction among information from different sensory systems that come at the same time from our surrounding environment. Also, this process allows us to use creatively information we receive from other senses, often neglected when thinking about sound. And just in case you want to listen to my composition Irides, the whole thing, it has been published by Stolen Mirror and Sonos Localia, but can also be reached directly through my SoundCloud address. Just go to SoundCloud, type Aki_P/Irides, and you will hear it. I think this is it. I'm done. Any questions? Thank you. Do you have any questions at all? Oh, there you go. Pitch is all around us when it exists in the textures that we hear, of course. So I'm not, as you probably know, we're in the same department, I'm not using pitch in the Western sense of following the scales. So I'm taking pitch as it comes from nature. So the question is whether it influenced my approach to pitch. I think pitch, it is always there for me as part of the whole sound. So I cannot separate it from something else. I cannot separate it from spectrum, for example. It is always there in the spectrum. So if it has influenced, I don't know, probably the way that I listen to things, yeah, it has changed since I started doing these multisensory walks, definitely.
So I think this question might just be, this is something I'm interested in, I'd kind of like a response, but I'm kind of wondering what the implications of your work might be for accessibility in terms of if someone has, let's say, a visual impairment or a hearing impairment, but kind of using a multimodal approach and making work accessible, but in ways that it's creative. And I was just wondering if you could kind of speak to that idea, if you think there are any.
That's very, very interesting, because if someone has an impairment in one of the senses, they can use other senses to actually compile a piece and make a piece out of it. I'm talking about composition, which uses sound, but composition can be made with other material, of course. So they can use, people can use any of the senses to actually compose something that relates to other material, not only sound. And if your question, if I understand correctly, you probably ask whether someone can detect the different senses in my piece, which is not the case, because how I use the senses was in a compositional process. I'm not expecting other people to actually hear the smell that I experienced at that time. But that smell that I experienced helped me, influenced the way that I composed the structure of the piece. So all the different senses are in the compositional stage, not in the listening stage later on. In the listening stage, there is only sound.
I guess what I was thinking of, so in terms of work in film is for people with visual impairments, often they have audio description, which is quite a neutral description of, oh, you know, kind of beautiful sky or grass and meadows or whatever. And often people with visual impairments say that it kind of, you know, it conveys information, but in a way that feels a bit disjointed from the aesthetic. And so I'm kind of wondering whether this approach might be a way of conveying, like, kind of perhaps not conveying factually what's going on, but kind of effectively what's being conveyed, and whether that might be an interesting avenue.
That's a very interesting idea. I haven't researched that at all, but that's a very, very interesting idea. But it has to be more methodical, I guess, in the way that we present, let's say, a structure in when touching something, how this can be given through sound, and then this can be translated to film. I mean, this is what is done in film already in terms of sound effects. So people can see someone scrubbing, you know, a surface, and then they can hear the sound at the same time. But how can you translate a smell that might be in a movie? I mean, this is for everyone that watches a movie, not only for people who, you know, cannot experience smell at the time. But how can you give this kind of information to certain audiences? That's quite interesting. There are films, definitely. Quite a long time ago, they started actually in 2 decades at least to use. They use smell in cinemas. So there are machines which can emit smells at certain scenes of the movie. But this has not gone to large audiences, of course. It is on certain cinemas at certain times for particular movies. But how to translate maybe that information that comes through smell into sound, that's something very, very interesting to follow up maybe later on. Thank you. If no one else has any other questions, then we can move on to our lunch. Okay, so we can go somewhere. There are 2 places. One is the wagon stop canteen, so we can go there together. If you follow the main gate road, they have several things there. They have sandwiches, hot Kentish pies, and cakes as well. They have coffee and soft drinks. But if you want something more substantial, you can take the main gate road and go to Tinker's Alley. So you go straight instead of going towards the boats. You walk straight, and then you will find a restaurant inside the dockyard at the end of the road, and they make, as far as I know, very good fish and chips there. So it depends what you want to do. But thank you, and be back here at 2 o'clock. Okay, we start 2 o'clock with Kate McLean. Thank you.
You smelled your lunch nicely. My name is Kate McLean. I work here at the University of Kent, and I have a strange practice which I started about 12 years ago, which is in mapping smellscapes. And at the time it was quite a privilege to be right on the start of something where people were just starting to really explore the smellscape more, particularly as an urban phenomenon. What I'm doing today is I'm running something that's sort of like combination talk and workshop. So having just sat yourselves down nicely, I'm going to ask you to get up again. And I'm going to ask you to come and have a gentle whiff of some of the smells of Amsterdam. See if you can imagine the scenarios in which you might actually find those. Maybe pick one and imagine where you might be with it. And at the same time, I'd like you to pick up a small figure. This figure is you. And what I would like you to do with this figure is actually think about your own smell print. So here is your figure, and here is my smell print from this morning. My smell print includes a number of things that have touched me or I have touched that actually enable my contribution to the smellscape as it is and as we are witnessing it at the moment. So you can see here that the dog will feature strongly in my smell print as I'm wafting around you. I stopped wearing fragrances a couple of years into doing this practice because I realised quite how much they dominate. And then I've got smells that come from what I had for breakfast, now what I had for lunch, the shower gel that I use, the shampoos that I use, the detergent that my clothes are washed with. All of those have designed fragrances built into them that correlate and are designed around our own personal preferences and cultural preferences. So your smellscape, your smell print will have an effect on the people that you'll smell walking with later. So I invite you to come and smell the smell from Amsterdam, pick up one of these and spend 5 minutes writing down your own smell print. Have a whiff of something. Just smell at the entrance point to it. You probably don't need to, that's why I'm just releasing them a bit now. So I wouldn't. They're fine. They're absolutely fine. But pick something, see if you've got any hope of, if you want to try and identify it, if you want to try and associate it with something. I've got all of them back here that are blending to create a false Amsterdam in a very small space. And if you personally don't get something from one of them, do try a different one.
Sorry. Back and forth. That was also annotation. Yes. That's right.
Do you want pens? I have coloured ones as well for you. The colours of those smells that you have got associated with you. What colours is the packaging that they come in? What colour are they as natural raw ingredients? It's about that. It just won't reach.
Oh, they're not onto that. Okay, hold on. We had two.
It's all right. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Just shut this down.
This is going to come back. Come back. Make sure you pull the right one out.
Yeah, no.
It's like, oh my god. You're a superstar, thank you. Okay, I hope that has at least got your olfactory receptors starting to think about what it is that the smellscape is. Today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the practices of smell walking and smellscape mapping, and this comes from my PhD but also includes some sort of like more recent projects, and just think really about the spatial qualities of smell and different ways in which we can record them and share them. So my disciplinary background and my interests really are as a visual person. I'm a photographer and a graphic designer, and I'm also very interested in place and space. And those two things together meant that I got remarkably intrigued by the idea of the elements of space and place that couldn't be digitally recorded. Part of it was quite a visceral reaction against what I perceived to be a very highly digitized world. When I studied graphic design, it was moving further and further into the digital realm. And I appreciate everything that can do, but I also was really intrigued about the things that can't be digitized and the way that we try and simulate, and the ways that skeuomorphic with design was trying to emulate life, but not quite, but visibly not doing it. And I just really wanted to get back to say, okay, what happens if you can actually touch it? What happens if you can actually do physical things with it as well as the digital? So I started, so this is going to be a talk investigating olfactory environments and potential approaches to communicating our experience of them. And it's that communication part of it which is where my graphic design comes in. I'm a translator. I work between clients digital materials, between software, in order to output a message at the end of it. So it's that process of translation and articulation that I'm particularly fascinated by. There are four main elements when it comes to understanding smells from the human perspective, and I'm going to focus on that because that's where my research has focused so far. One is to actually discover them, or to discern them. How do you put yourself in a situation where you know that a smell is going to be there? How do you then discriminate between them? If you think back to the exercise, for those of you who smelt more than one smell down there, how do you discriminate between those smells? What type of things are you receiving? What type of associations, what words are springing into your mind for you to be able to discriminate between them? Then how do we describe them? What is the process of describing each of those smells in different ways? What's the language, the terminology that we might use in order to be able to share our experience of something with somebody else if they're not there side by side with us? And then for me as a visual designer, it was then about depicting that. How do I take those individual instances and find a way of visualizing those so that we might be able to share and understand a more collective idea of a smellscape? It was a relatively new field at the time, but there have been many instances where smell has been recorded very faithfully. One of the first recorded smell walks was in 1789, and it was a year after the French Revolution in Paris. Jean-Noël Allais was the first person that was in charge of actually looking after the environment of Paris, and he and his assistant Bonsef went along the banks of the Seine, and they disregarded almost everything apart from large piles of mud and smells. There are some remarkably toxic instances in it where the assistant nearly faints as a result of some of the emissions coming out of the Gobelins, which at the time were producing dyes and inks, which is a very toxic process, and the discharge went straight into the River Seine. So Allais was really concerned to sort of like monitor what the Seine was like with a view to producing recommendations for clearing it up in the future. Even prior to that, in 1870 in New York, smells were being recorded. Sorry, did you? Smells were being recorded because industry was being moved. There was sort of like public opinion, and there were wealthy families in Manhattan saying, "Excuse me, I can smell the industry here." And so industry was resiting itself over into Brooklyn, and so you've got some smells on there from the factories, oil refinery, fat rendering, phosphate works. If you can imagine fat rendering as being a smell that you potentially didn't actually want to live under, this is what's happening, but still the prevailing winds were picking those odours up. They were so dominant and wafting them over onto Manhattan. It doesn't appear to have actually made that much difference. So this is very much sort of like the first 3Ds. Another 3D, and possibly moving into a 4D here, is Esther Wu's map, The Whiff of Uncertainty, where she was investigating the smell of Dunkin' Donuts on her way to college every day for a month. And she was one of the first people to really look at how might you actually visualize that experience of smell. It's not just smell, it's a human experience of smell. Where did she notice it? How far did the trajectory go? What were the wind speeds? What were the wind directions? And at the end of it, she said basically the whole thing was totally inconclusive, which as a designer and an artist really appeals to me, because I like that idea of not being able to actually pin something down, and that transience of smell is particularly fascinating. Jenny Moktu was commissioned by Drobnik to produce a piece for the Esther Klein Gallery in Philadelphia. And so she took this plan view of the local neighborhood, and she asked a participating audience to come in to look at some definitions and then to very nicely place stars. That she said, go for a walk around the neighbourhood and find out where you come across these smells. And she gave them different colours for different smells. The palimpsest of what happened as a result is actually far more interesting than she designed it to be in the first place. She envisaged a lot of single stars and people saying, oh, this was here and this was there. What happened instead, people started actually colouring in these spaces on the map. And so this idea of actually planning, sharing that experience, so smells weren't just in buildings, they came out, they transcended those boundaries, gave rise to something far, far more fascinating. Smell's also really comic, and it's also very lavatorial, and we start our lives without very, very strong smell preferences. Kids will happily play with excrement and seemingly not notice it. It's only as we get older that we start to draw definitions about saying, no, that's unpleasant and that's really pleasant. As a child, your world's has got far more parity in terms of olfaction. And the New York subway, for many years and still now, stinks. There is no doubt about it. So a mashup by Gorka looked at the different subway stations and basically hinted that you would be able to figure out which subway station you were in, even if you were blindfolded. But again, what they're starting to do here is they're starting to find a visual language for smell, mainly from the sources of those smells themselves. I particularly like the bright green vomit. Another way of visualizing smell, this is a project that I worked on with a couple of people, and we were looking at taking hashtags from Flickr as was, and Twitter as well, and mapping then what those words said about the smellscapes of London and a couple of other cities. And it was very it was very broad. It was for a moment, it was one particular period of time. And so you've got the smells of pollution, you've got the smells of animals, you've got the smells of nature, and you've got the smells of food. So this fits into sort of like an urban profile of smellscapes in terms of what are generally the most perceived smells when you put them into categories. So what each of those has shown is an interest in something that has been regarded or has been referred to as the smellscape since about 1986, when Porteous, the human geographer, defined it as such, as being episodic in time and fragmentary in space. And it has both, it has qualities that are both localized and also distal. So if you think about those two images there, you've got the smells of the oranges. If you go close up to them, you touch them, you scratch the oils on that skin, then you can smell those oranges. The smoke coming from the barbecue will come from the barbecue, it will travel whichever the way the wind's blowing. As it disperses, the smell will diminish, but we can still detect it from quite a way away. Back in 2012, there was a smell from a Mercaptan factory in Rouen in France that came across and hit southern London, so that people were detecting it completely unknown as they opened their windows one morning. The smells also from particularly things like barbecue will impregnate and will reside, so any materials that have got water molecules in them or oil are harbingers and attractants for odor molecules. So you can go up to a piece of wood and you can theoretically smell the history of the smells that are inside it. As a theoretical construct, it's quite similar to perfumery, or it can be regarded as such. So Henshaw's work on urban smellscapes actually said, right, if you've got perfume and you've got base notes, which are heavy molecules, and then you've got middle notes, which give the fragrance its structure, and the top notes, which are highly volatile, and they disappear off, but they give you that piquant and that interest. So is a city. So a city will have background smells, the ones that are there constantly, the ones that exist permanently. One of the ones on the table there was from Amsterdam, and it was canal. And that smell of canal permeates everything else that is in the city. The episodic smells are the ones that are more time related, and that may be time of day, it may be seasonal. think about different times that bakeries brew, think about think about breweries, think about restaurants that open, street food stalls, think about when people are carrying coffee around most. All of those are episodic smells. They come from shops being open, from activity happening at different times of day. And then you've got the short-lived or ephemeral smells, which may be a single person walking past on a trajectory for a moment in time. It might be a particular instance of something that is never repeated. It doesn't form a part of the rhythms of the city. So you start to get this idea of smells as having this sort of like spatial construct of their own, where you've got them surrounding, and then you've got these peaks that come in at different times of day, and then you've just got these odd notes that are just singly there for a very, very small moment in time. I'm not even going to make musical analogies because it wouldn't be right to do so, but I am thinking of instruments in an orchestra which come in for only a very small moment, but still perform an incredibly important part of a piece. The data on here is contested, but it serves to illustrate a very good point. Bushted et al. Calculated that with 40 olfactory receptors, the number of smells that a human can detect or differentiate between rather than detect is about 1 trillion. We breathe about 24,000 times a day. So as a human being, you'd need to live for about 114,155 years in order to be able to smell every smell that is out there. And even if those numbers are reduced, it's still unlikely that we'll come across every nuance of every smell in our lifetimes. We don't smell with every breath. It would be a sensory overload if we did smell with every breath. So that's why I took the approach that I did in creating smell maps, which is to work with collections of people who are local to the environment to be able to understand their terms of reference and their descriptions for the smell experiences of where they lived. From Henshaw's work, and then from some work we did afterwards, the urban smellscape wheel looks a little bit like this. So you've got things that you'd commonly expect to be in an urban situation. You've got food, you've got waste, you've got emissions, you've got synthetic smells, you've got cleaning materials. Metros are particularly fascinating. Every single metro system in the world, I would contest, smells slightly different and has its own unique smellscape. You also have natural smells, which are a really important part in urban planning and urban design, as they provide the sort of like restorative spaces for an urban population. And we're starting to see that increasingly post-COVID as well, where those green spaces are important, river spaces are important, but olfactorily they're also important. They deal with something different. They provide a different sort of like a reset for you to be able to move away from the heavy and more synthetic constructs of some of the artificial smells that go with all the products that we use and buy. I did a piece of work where I looked at the different smell wheels, because that was an urban smellscape wheel, and Linnaeus developed 7 original odours, from the smell of goat and floral and fragrant and garlicky or oniony. So the original 7 smells were defined by, well, the smells were originally categorised into one of those 7 terms. And different people have taken their particular domains and translated them into particular smell wheels. So Edwards took it and has created a smell wheel for the fragrance industry. And it was done as a marketing tool. It was done very deliberately. And what it does is it makes connections between 14 different smell descriptors. And interestingly, the fragrance smell wheel has actually been decolonized to the extent that what was referred to as oriental smelling is now called amber. So that has changed in the last couple of years. Anne Noble developed a teaching tool for the wine industry where she split out the smells that were discernible in wines and did them in various levels to enable students to get a broad category, say citrus, and then to be able to define within that citrus category what's the difference between clementine, mandarin, orange, lemon, bergamot, moving between all of those. Castro looked at perceptual dimension, and Henshaw, as I've mentioned previously, who was a colleague of mine, looked at urban smellscapes and developed a smell wheel for those. So I took all of those and I did some smell walks and I compared every single example that was used in each of them and saw where they actually cross-referenced, and that's what the results were. And what's really interesting about it is that there are smells without homes. It was the ones around the outside that have those trailing tags that aren't actually affiliated or linked with anywhere that have a real problem in sort of like identifying where they might belong. And that's what gave my original research its legs, and that's why I knew I had something to be able to work with. So the methodology for doing this type of work is to look at the smellscape as research through design. So really thinking about it in terms of, as a designer, how do I work? How does the practice engage with the theory in order for me to be able to appreciate where it's moving next? I used the smell walk as a way of being able to collect the data from both sides. I looked at agentic mapping and I looked at rhythm analysis as different ways of being able to analyse that smellscape. And I did a couple of case studies, both very, very different in their makeup, but both resulted in smell mappings in order to be able to understand the different aspects that come into it. Smell walking really goes back to sense walking and really from the soundscape project that Milena was talking about earlier by Schaefer. So that idea of actually actively going out to deliberately smell things. It's not a passive experience, it's a deliberate and active experience. And so with that in mind, I did a number of different smell walks in different places, and I realized that they connected in different ways, and they were connecting with different types of literature. And I defined them into a number of different categories. So you've got the group walk, which is something that we're going to be doing in a little while. You've got a buddy walk, which is something that I use regularly with the anosmic community, so people who cannot smell. And that means that you buddy up with somebody else. They do the smelling, they do the describing for the person who cannot smell, whether that's congenital or whether that's as a result of an accident or an illness. The smell fee is a self-guided smell tour. An app walk, I'm constantly trying to navigate how an app might be used in this recording of this data, and every time I try it, I actually don't like it. It doesn't, the whole very sort of like physical and visceral part of it about handwriting notes seems to be much more in line with the smell walk, so there's further research to be done on that. And then the solo walk was something that I used really early on just to understand what the smellscape was and how to sort of like actively seek it out or sit and wait for it to come to me. So in terms of sort of like just a summary up until this point, a sense walk is where information is received through the nose is foregrounded and recorded. So this is active, deliberate. The smell walk is a methodology for determining phenomenological experience of place and space. So it's very much based on individual, subjective, qualitative experience. It was first interrogated through the lens of human geography by Porteous, although he wasn't the first to use the word smellscape. It was used extensively within urban planning and design. And what it does is it enables a sequential recording of smells, which in turn generates a narrative all of its own. The stages in smell walking, you will be going out to do this. Be prepared to look like this person. So, stage 1 is smell catching. And what you do with smell catching is think of butterfly catchers. Okay, I'm hoping you've all got that image at the moment, sort of like one strange person going around with a net trying to trap something that's very elusive. That is what you're going to be doing with smells. You're going to go around and you're going to breathe. And at a moment that you detect some smell wafting past you, you're going to inhale deeply, because that deep inhale enables you to double your chances of actually picking up those olfactory molecules onto your olfactory receptors. So just the act of drawing in more air means you have a greater chance. You're going to do that for a quarter of an hour, and you're going to record 4 smells in that time. That's easy. It sounds difficult when you first start. It's actually very easy, and you'll want to carry on. The next stage is smell hunting. And Aki talked earlier about how many of the sense walks blindfold people in order for them to be able to concentrate on that temporary foregrounding. I don't do that because I'm very interested in this sort of like sensory congruity and the idea that sometimes we'll see something that suggests to us it should smell, and sometimes it will smell and sometimes it won't. And so the Commodore's garden is open out there, and it's got some amazing tulips which look like they should smell absolutely beautiful. I'd be interested to note, if we walk through there, whether they actually do smell or not. So use your other senses. That may be that you listen to something and you hear a fan going in the side of a building. You think, okay, that means airflow. It may be that the ground's making an interesting smell, interesting sound, so you pick up what you're treading on because you don't know what that smells like. Touch, please, touch leaves, break them, crush things, see if more odours released as a result of that. Scratch things, odours are released as you physically engage with them. Taste, I'm not going to advocate you pick anything up and stick it in your mouth at the moment. You can do it if you go to a herb garden, and then it's very interesting to think about how much of the herbs are actually taste and how much are smell. And of course sight, what draws you to different things. You may want to consider other sensory components as well as you're walking around, and then smell where you are based on that. Also get close up at this time. So really stick your nose into things, become like those animals that use smell much more as their sense of detection. Then I'm going to give you a free smelling exercise, and I will explain that when we're out there. These people were all sniffing a park bench. I do a lot of these in cities. It has always drawn quite a lot of attention. It's really important if you're thinking about leading something like this, that if you're going into shops or you're asking people to smell things, that you actually get the buy-in of the people whose premises you are going into. I've done this in markets in Glasgow and made sure that I had somebody with me to explain that this was in the name of research and that I actually wasn't an inspector for health and safety and hygiene standards. It comes across as transgressive. It's just slightly different to what you come across ordinarily. And bins are really good places to smell, folks. They don't smell like bins most of the time. The smell note, and you have some to follow today. The smell note is a route that I usually plan in advance and takes you through the different sections. And then, again, very interestingly, sort of like correlation to Aki's work, I'm interested in getting you to name the smell. So it's not to identify, and there's a big difference between naming and identifying. Identifying says this has a correct name. It doesn't. You can name a smell however you want to name it, whatever has most meaning for you. And then to think about the intensity of that smell. Is it strong? Is it weak? To think about its duration. To think about hedonic tone. There are polarizations with things like the smell of coffee and the smell of cut grass and there will be people who have one reaction or another to coriander or cilantro. Also think about, is it expected? And this comes into the idea of the congruency again. I've done many smell walks where we've come across something, visually it's saying one thing, and then olfactorially it's saying something completely different. So you see a bakery but you can smell roast chicken, becomes a sensory element of, it's a competition. Which one do you actually want to believe at that point? And then most people will have some comments or thoughts or associations or context that you can give it. So this is divided into, the smell notes are divided, and this is what I've used as a method for getting data for the smell maps since 2012, 2013. And it has served me extremely well during that time. I've changed it to a limited extent for some specific walks and some specific projects, but generally it's kept that format. Because, I'll explain in a minute, it enables me to visualize afterwards. There are some interesting side effects in that people who think that they know a city tend to say, I didn't realize that was there. It slows you down when you're walking. It changes your perception of the space that you're walking around. And it also reinforces the individuality of human experience. There's nothing like a smell walk of people, sort of like different people receiving different information, coming back together again, sharing that experience for us to be able to appreciate what it is and the nuance for each of us and about how different that experience is. This is a completed smell note, and this came from the Singapore project. And you can see the scribbly messiness in which it's written, and also the fact that many of these smells are combinations. They're not single things, they are very much combinations: smoke, cigarette, cardamom, sandal, fabric, gasoline, exhaust, rubber. You're getting a sense of an incredibly rich smellscape at that time. And for these walks, what I did was I took a graphic designer's tool, which are Pantone books, and actually said at the end of the walks, if you were going to identify a smell from your smell walk today, can you give it a colour? And would you just write down what that colour was? It meant that I could move beyond the limitations of red, green, blue into something far more nuanced, which gave a really good impression of what the colours for those maps should be. So to go through a couple of them, first of all, Singapore. It was really an idea about what would happen if we could see smell. What would it look like? I took the data from 200 smell walkers, manually input it into a database, found thematic trends, found a trend for each of the neighbourhoods, saw if it appeared in another neighbourhood. So I think there were about 8 different neighbourhoods that we went to for these smell walks. And then I aggregated the intensity and the duration. I then used small dots as the visual symbol because the whole experience of being in Singapore was filled with a humidity, a permanent humidity, that the atmosphere of it carried those smells and was largely responsible for them. So that to me was incredibly important to retain that. So the concentric circles show the intensity. If it was a very weak, intense smell, it just had 1 concentric circle. If it was very strong, it has 7. But those concentric circles are made up of those dots. And then the duration of the smell meant how many layers of those concentric circles I placed on top of each other. So if it was just 1, it was just a single one. And if it was 7, then there were 7 of them. But I rotated them round at angles. And then I moved those dots dependent on the wind direction and wind speed. So there's a subjective element that comes into it there again. And then I made it into a 3-dimensional model by, instead of flattening it for a map, actually extracting it out again. So here is the start of that process, just to give you an insight into how it happens. Itemize where the places are, put a background base map on, look at the fields or the boundaries, what was being extracted from the data, and then this whole idea of plotting is to start to observe new relationships that occur. So that's that space after it's been through all of those processes. So we move from something very standardized like that into something that's much richer and gives this sense about these layers of smell. The idea that you won't just be, if you're in a single place, it's unlikely that you're going to be just smelling one thing. It's likely that it is going to be a very rich combination. And that's what the city of Singapore looks like as a smell map from 2015. After that, I really did want to look at the idea of creating it in 3 dimensions. And so I took a small section of it and I plotted from that accurately onto and laser cut through perspex, looking at the idea of giving the duration, sort of like the z-axis. And then for about 6 months of my life, I manually put bits of very small beads and tied them in knots at different heights on this piece of perspex. And I etched into acrylic the base map of the ground underneath about what we were actually walking through. And what it gave rise to was this idea of a sort of like a smell cloud. So human being is not at scale by any stretch of the imagination. Human being is there to enable you to understand what a smellscape might be like from different perspectives. If you're taller, you're going to experience a different smellscape, but you're surrounded by it. This is our lives. We may not notice it much of the time, but we are permanently surrounded by olfactory molecules that you may or may not encounter as you walk through these spaces. Smell changes over time. This is a more recent project that started just prior to lockdown and was extended, and it's in a town called Widnes in the northwest of England. And it's very much looking at how smells changed over 200 years. So Widnes stinks, basically. It has stunk since it became the site of the British chemical industry. And as you can see from the postcard there, it was churning out vast quantities of toxic and noxious gases from a long, long time. Then a journalist wrote an article about Widnes, and he said it was famous for its smell. On bad days, the air punched you in the nose. And sometimes it does. They still have a large amount of industry there. Fat rendering is an industry that's still very much a part of the town. And on bad days when the wind's going in the wrong direction, it really does punch you in the nose. So I created a map to get people to tell their stories. And I used the idea of the palimpsest again. So I've got a map from the 1860s, then overlaid it with a current map to be able to just draw out sort of like what had happened, what's changed with that landscape. A lot of the housing is still in the same position. A lot of the old factories have now become green spaces. Looked at a book from Jean Norris, which was about the chemical industry in Widnes, and I extracted different smell definitions from there as a starting point. We then took this to the local library, to readers' groups, writing groups, to schools, to the Catalyst Museum, to try and elicit as many smell stories from different eras as possible. I led a number of smell walks with people going around sniffing things. You can tell here these are, left-hand one is very much in the smell hunting frame, and the right-hand one is somewhere a tentative smell hunting, if anything. After coming back with their smell notes, I do a smell visualization exercise, which again asks them to think about the experience of smelling. Can you give the smell a color? Go up to the level of the duration with it. Does that experience fade as it goes through? Is it multi-layered experience? If the smell had a color, what would it be? Some people record it in texture more than color, actually using that idea of what is that experience, what's that jagged, astringent metal experience? What is the working garage oily experience. What is spray paint? Like a directional arrow, sort of like moving straight at you. And we exhibited the map, but I also exhibited the participant smell visualizers. And what those also enable me to do is to actually get a sense of what colour different smells might be for the smell map. Then worked with Aroma Prime to develop some smells to go with the exhibition, and this is part of what it looked like. We put the smells into, we had them as units, sealed units that we could then droplet. We put the units inside perspex boxes with holes drilled in the top, and it enabled people to be able to smell if they wanted to. Nothing was labelled, but the colours correlate to the information boards above, so you actually have to do an active learning part in order to be able to appreciate what those smells are. And then on those boards were also narratives from the historical context and images from the Catalyst Museum archives about the history of the town. So 200 years of stink was on until, I think, earlier this year. This is what the smell map looks like, layer upon layer upon layer, and I'm hoping that this, yes, actually plays also as an animation, because as an animation what it does, animation's wonderful for smell because smells change and move on a regular basis, and the infrastructure and the environment that actually creates them changes on a regular basis as well. So here, the original sites of some of the original smells come up, they increase in size, and then the prevailing wind takes them and moves them. And then a second set of smells arise. From a different era, and the same thing happens. So what you get a sense of is you get a sense that a composite smellscape builds up, although it is lesser in intensity as time passes. But you start to see how industry moves, how those places move. And I love animation as a way of visualizing and explaining smellscapes. I'm going to leave that there at the moment. Some recent work, hospital interior spaces was done as a lockdown project. Some really, I was explaining to Jackie earlier, there's something about me that wants to regard description as being another sense in its own right, because these descriptions of these smells only serve to heighten that capacity for us to be able to share those experiences. And so this is the corridors of a hospital based on the smell experiences of a number of people who had had hospital stays. And we wanted to focus on the corridors, so we took the rooms out, and the smells actually form the mainstay of the map. But without the descriptions, it has very little impact, and so it starts to look much more like, and it references the NHS parking maps, which are usually reasonably useless. And then I gave these out as well as a way to enable people potentially in a COVID situation who'd lost their sense of smell to think about sort of like what smells have been there, but also to enable anybody walking around a hospital to be able to plot their experience of smells. So the smell map is really, it's one form of visualization for the spatiality of smell. It's designed to communicate smell instances, so where specific smells are. They're size dependent on perceived intensity. They convey multiple perspectives and a multi-person perception. It demonstrates commonalities and difference, and it also it gives a geolocation and trajectory to smells that understand them as being atmospheric. They are weather dependent. Today's weather is wonderful for smelling. It's warm, it's slightly breezy, and that gives it a whole dimension of its own. And we'll never completely experience the world of smell from anybody else's perspective. But mapping it in this manner, I suggest, has a creative potential to reveal the unseen, the ephemeral, and the imagined. And that's a map that I was very privileged to produce in Kiev in 2016. Thank you. And questions? Questions? Yes.
I appreciate there are anomalies, smell associations, cultural associations, timing with if you're hungry then food will trigger different reactions and what have you. I'm just curious as to whether there's actually one smell that is acceptable to all mankind or all humans. Whether anyone's come across that, or because I mean, different perfumes, one person has a different reaction to another, etc., etc. There's one thing that people come up.
I honestly don't know. I mean, the comic part of me wants to say bacon, because it's the smell that I've actually come across when walking with a group of people that everybody has identified in the same way, roughly at exactly the same time. So it's not necessarily commonly not liked, but it's very easily acknowledged and defined. And it's also the smell that stops many vegetarians, or used to stop many vegetarians being vegetarian, because it was just too good to walk past. But in terms of a common smell, the only other one that I can think about with reference to anything that I've read at all is the smell of a newborn child. And a parent's bond with their child, it won't necessarily be the same smell for everybody, but that connectivity is one of the more sensitive but commonly liked smells that I've come across.
Because I would imagine it's a very base.
It is. Yeah.
Reaction.
Yeah.
Or the smell of a being in the womb, if there is a smell.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And that's babies develop their sense of smell in utero, so they have a sense of smell before they are born. And they recognise their parents through smell. And that is because they can't see which their mother is. So there have been studies done where they've actually taken babies and put mothers going past. The baby will recognise their mother based on their sense of smell.
We have aural associations.
Yeah.
Like bass sounds from the womb.
Yeah.
So why they're so popular in film,
Right.
etc.
Okay. Yeah.
Sort of thing. But
Yeah.
It was just so.
Yeah. It's one of those ones you have to ask, isn't it? It's like, what is it? I would suggest that's probably the only one that is absolutely common globally, is the sense of a new baby. Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Anomalies? Okay, that's great. It's now time to go small walk. So, what did I say? I think we said we would. So, we've got about 15-20 minutes comfort break before we go on the smell walk. We've got smell recording things here, and I'd be very, very keen to lead you around the dockyard. So if we meet back here at about 1:15, I can hand these out and give you materials for that. Thank you.